Hello, everyone. I am officially live. I hope that you are doing well today. If you are new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction. I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday. If you are watching live, welcome. If you are watching after the fact, welcome to you as well. I have some fun questions for you and an even, honestly, more fun book that I'm currently reading. I am enjoying The Three Body Problem by Sushin Leun. And I I am adoring this read so much that I not only had to break out all of my annotation tools and my Sharpie markers to highlight and find quotes and things, but I've actually been doing my own research outside of this book to better understand some of the concepts that are in here, and I am having a ball. So I honestly think that I've been debating about whether this book is going to get its own video or whether I'm going to do it for a series, like do it for the trilogy and then make it one big video. If you have some ideas about that, be sure to let me know, because I'm extremely excited to be reading more of it today. It has been one heck of a day, and I'm ready to just relax and do some reading. So, as always, this is a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, grab a blanket, get an alcoholic beverage if you want one. I tonight am just currently drinking some water, may end up getting a glass of wine later. Haven't decided yet, but I definitely need to hydrate myself because I have not done that enough today. I am going to go ahead and go over to the comments here that are coming in. And hello, Miss Starbuck. You were first. Congratulations. You beat everybody. And she's saying, hi, everyone. And Mary Lou, welcome to you as well. I'm so happy to see you this week, both of you. And I hope that you're having an excellent week so far. I know we are now heading into the weekend, and that's always a really fun time. But how has your week been going? Mine started out overall pretty good. Nothing major or catastrophic was going on today and or earlier in the week, and then today happened, and all of a sudden it felt like things just kind of blew up, and it was a lot more stressful. So that's why I'm like so excited to be doing sprints tonight. And Miss Starbucks is currently reading a book which is originally in German and it's not yet translated to English. It is translated to Dutch, my language, but it's basically called The Tea Shop of Luck. Oh, that sounds cute. That's a really charming name. Is it a cozy book, like something that you want to just like have for a feel good kind of a palate cleanser, or is it something like a mystery or a fantasy novel? Like what is it? Oh, and you already said, thank you. You said it's a romance feel good novel, and I love it so far. We all need those. Sometimes just a good novel that makes us feel great about life and kind of keeps continuing to push us on in our reading for the year. I definitely know I need palate cleansers every now and then. I would definitely not describe this as a palate cleanser. It's just kind of a breath of fresh air in terms of like new and interesting concepts, which is what makes it so fun. This is a very mentally stimulating book for me. And Mary Lou says, I'm reading these Screw Tape Letters, but may switch to something lighter. Okay. So the Screw Tape Letters, is it a dark, like thriller? I don't know anything about that, Mary Lou. So what kind of book is it and why is it seeming so dark for you that you might want to switch to something else? I know we got kind of a light crowd here right now, and that's totally okay. So, what I can do is I can actually get our first sprint set up if you all want to. And let's see. I can go ahead and put up our first question as well if you all want to. And that is going to be, would you rather have a pet kimono dragon or an armadillo? And I will get Pomodoro Kitty up here. Oh, and really quick before we go, Mary Lou said it's a Christian book written from the viewpoint of a demon coaching another demon. Oh, by C.S. Lewis. That actually sounds really interesting, Mary Lou. I think I would probably enjoy that, um, even though you said it's kind of dark. And Miss Starbucks says, when I finish this book, which will be this weekend, I will read my first Sherlock Holmes. Oh, that's awesome. I read some like Sherlock Holmes years ago when I was going to London because, of course, I got to go to the famous Sherlock Holmes Museum that's on Baker Street, and that was a lot of fun. So hopefully you end up enjoying it. It's kind of similar to Agatha Christie in a way, but let me know what you think of it. And with that, I'm going to put 30 minutes on the clock here, and I will see you all in a little bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did this reading session. I got to page 256, and I actually realized I didn't say out of how many pages this book is. So I have 431 is what I have to get through, but I'm really excited about that, so shouldn't be a problem. And I'm going to go back over here. And I asked the question before we left for that sprint, would you rather have a pet kimono dragon or an armadillo? Gotta go back up here because we got quite a few comments coming in, which makes me happy. Let's see. Miss Starbuck was talking about how she is going to be reading her first Sherlock Holmes very soon. And Mary Lou said, that is great. I love Sherlock Holmes. They are quite fun. And she said, I'm really curious, never read an Agatha Christie either, still on my TBR. Keaton just got home, just in case you want to know why Bubby is barking in the background. So apologies about that. That'll probably stop pretty soon once he calms down. Christina, hello, welcome. Christina says, hi, hope everyone is well. Hopping in from Stacy Sprints. Been fighting a migraine today. No, I'm so sorry. That's awful. So may not read, but still want to hang, giving some boops to the like button. Thank you so much, Christina. I really hope you do feel better. Is there any kind of medication that helps you? I'm very fortunate. I've never had a migraine, and I don't know like how well Excedrin works or medications like that, but I know some people swear by them. So hopefully you have something that can help you. Hey, Robert, welcome. I do like the new logo, Robert. I wanted to tell you that. I think it's really fun. And you said late by 7 minutes and get left behind. I'm reading Same Bed, Different Dreams by Ed Park. I want an armadillo. Absolutely. That sounds like a really cool title. You've been reading some books that have interesting titles lately, Robert. So hopefully it's equally as cool. Mary Lou said an armadillo. I prefer pets who can't eat me. LOL. Yeah, me too. If I had to choose, I also would pick an armadillo. I think Komodo dragons are really, or Komodo, excuse me, they're not kimono. Are they? Isn't it? I think I spelled that wrong. Hold on a second. Komodo. Yeah, I completely spelled that wrong. So that's embarrassing. Sorry about that. It's Komodo dragons, but they have like all this bacteria in their mouth because they like to eat dead things. And if for whatever reason one were to bite you, it can kill you. Like people die that way. But they have like people have them as pets and they really like them and they think they're cool. But personally, for me, I think armadillos, they're tiny, they're adorable. They won't bite me and ultimately kill me. So I'll have to take them over anything else. And let's see, Heidi said, Miss Starbuck, a good Christie book is The Mirror Cracked. I haven't read that one. Is that one with Hercule Poirot? Because I really like him. I've only read one Miss Marple, but I do really like Hercule. Heidi says, I'm reading The Judas Blossom, and on deck is Quicksilver, both historical fantasy. Very nice. And Mary Lou said, yes, I like The Mirror Cracked. Heidi says, Mary Lou, I can never ever figure out who the murderer is in Christie. They are quite tricky, and it's not for fault of anybody's logical deduction. It's because like Hercule and Miss Marple always end up having information or like thought processes that we don't learn about until they're like ready to reveal everything. They don't like tell you as they're going along because then that would kind of ruin it. And I think that that's kind of just a staple of like classic mystery novels. And Mary Lou says, Heidi, me either. Hey, Alicia, welcome. Happy to see you. You said, hello, Komodo dragon all the way. Thank you for spelling that correctly since I absolutely didn't. Hello, James. Welcome. It's nice to see you again. James says, hello. I'm reading The Lost Hero, book 923 of my Percy Jackson read through. Very nice. And Heidi says, is that new Percy Jackson show good? I have absolutely no experience with Percy Jackson, just to let everybody know. That was not one of the series I read as a kid, even though it absolutely was like a series that came out when I was a child and it would have been appropriate for me, but I didn't really know anything about it. And so I never read it. but I'm kind of interested to read it as an adult. Have no idea about the show. Heidi says, James, there are 23 books, and I thought Wheel of Time was long. Yeah, but I have a feeling Robert Jordan's books individually are probably longer than the Percy Jackson ones, but I could be wrong because I don't know for sure. James says there's 23 books split up over 6 series. I'm on series 3. Wow, that author was quite prolific. I didn't realize that there was such a big audience for Percy Jackson that it could sustain that many books. I mean, I obviously knew that it was really popular and that it had gotten turned into a movie and everything, but that's a big series to have people follow. Emily, welcome. Hello. She says, greetings. The Texan in me says armadillo. Their name would be RK. Oh, what's the reasoning behind that? RK. Do tell. I want to know. They're so cute, armadillos are. Miss Starbucks says, read 30 pages so far this session. Well done. You're crushing it. And he said, I would choose the kimono dragon. Komodo. Sorry about that. Big, so much to hug. Haha. I can say I have a dragon. That's true. You could. They just don't have wings. Alicia says, I ate butter chicken. That sounds delicious. I have a feeling Keaton's probably going to be cooking for us tonight from one of our meal prep meals. So I'm really looking forward to that. That or I'll go and grab a leftover brat that I grilled last night because I really love a good brat. Zach, welcome. Zach says, I'll go with armadillo. A Komodo dragon would be too high maintenance and venomous. Yeah, it's not. I believe it's not that they're venomous. It's that they have all that bacteria in their mouth. But I'll look it up again. Miss Starbucks says, I only have the Sleeping Murder, Miss Marple's last case book from a little free library. Oh, so you have like her last story? That's really funny. But who knows? Maybe that would be a really good one since that character's fleshed out. I read her first like introduction as a character, and I think that might be partially why I didn't enjoy it as much. As she was kind of just there. Like she didn't have the same personality and charm, in my opinion, as Hercule, because he's very nitpicky, like he's particular about everything, and that's what makes him so funny is because like things just have to be in a set way for him to be happy. So if you haven't read one of those, I would recommend that too. The Starbucks says, but thanks for the tip. Mary Lou says, I love Sleeping Murder, possibly my favorite Miss Marple mystery. Well, maybe I need to read that one then, give her another try. Christina says, sometimes something works and other times it does not, so I change it out. Okay. Well, I hope that you're able to find the thing that works this time for your migraine. Alicia says, Komodo makes him sound cute and fancy. True. Alicia says, some armadillos carry leprosy. Do they really? Is that able to transfer to humans? Many diseases are not transferable between animals and humans. So I'm really curious, but maybe they can. James says, Heidi, it's amazing. Watch it. Okay, so for the Percy Jackson show is a go. Christina says, oh, happy Groundhog Day. 6 weeks left until spring. Is it? Oh, you know what? I did see a thing today on the weather app about, let's see, Poxitani Phil's, prediction for the year. I didn't realize, like, I didn't like check into it to see what he came up with. So 6 weeks until spring. That's awesome. Zach says, I'm about halfway through a reread of Lord of the Flies for a buddy read. Very nice. I have a very beautiful copy of that book that I want to reread because I had to read it in school, and that's one of the books I want to try out again. And you'll like this. So I enjoy this. This is one of my special editions that came all the way from the UK. And it's from the Folio Society. And I wanted to show you all an illustration because they have some really beautiful illustrations in here. I can actually hear it cracking a little bit because I haven't fully opened this book yet. So I'm probably going to be reading this, or I should say I definitely am going to be reading this sometime this year. I just haven't figured out what month yet. Gotta get back in here. Here we go. Alex, welcome. Hello. Happy to see you, Alex. You need to email me because Nicole and I are ready to figure out if we're going to do the buddy read with you and Jessica. for the picture of Dorian Gray. Because Nicole said that she was interested, so I know that her and I are going to do it absolutely. So it would be cool if we could add the two of you in as well. Email me. My email is on my channel page. Miss Starbucks says, if you like nitpicky, you definitely need to watch Monk. Monk, I have seen from back in the day when that was super popular, and I thought that he was really cool. I liked him. Emily says, RK would stand for roadkill. Oh my God. I can't believe I didn't even think of that. Roadkill armadillo. That's both sad and funny because I don't like it when animals get hit, but I understand the joke. Zach says, I looked it up. Komodo dragons are venomous. The venom gland is in their lower jaw. Oh, thank you, Zach. Okay, I was mistaken then. I know that they still have all the nasties in their mouth, but good to know that they're venomous as well. Miss Starbucks says, haha, oh my God, Emily, that makes me laugh. Christina says, going to be watching Groundhog Day movie tonight with the boys. Oh, fun. I am ashamed to say I have never seen that with Bill Murray. I know I need to. I like Bill Murray, especially that era of him, and everybody that I talked to who's watched it says that it's kind of one of those classic movies you just need to see. So definitely need to do that. Alicia says, I believe the risk is very low, but not impossible for leprosy from armadillos. Good to know. Christina says, I can't tell you whether he saw his shadow, but from today until the calendar says spring is 6 weeks. Okay, so really what you were saying is it's 6 weeks until spring, regardless of what the groundhog said. I can appreciate that. Heidi says, Zach, I think Lord of the Flies was Stephen King's favorite novel as a boy. I read a foreword by him when I read Lord of the Flies recently. I believe that. I really do. I think his very first horror novel he read was The Great God Pan, because that was what inspired me to read it. And he said that it freaked him out a lot. I was personally not a fan of that story, but I really enjoy Stephen King. So, you know, depending on what he recommends, sometimes I enjoy picking up that book. And so that's really cool about Lord of the Flies. Happy about that. Emily says, I love Lord of the Flies. Recently reread last year. I'm glad to hear that it has held up, because some books don't as much, and I want that, honestly, to be one of those books that does. Alicia says, I love that copy, Alex. Thank you so much. I really love it too. Miss Starbucks says, the first Sherlock Holmes I will read will be The Hounds of the Baskervilles. That classic, a great choice. I am really curious if it will be a little cozy as well, etc., and the writing style of Conan Doyle. I will say that with my experience with Sherlock Holmes, like, there's nothing frightening about them. You know, they're not scary or particularly intense, but they are intriguing, because that was always the thing I enjoyed, was just seeing his rationale for how he came to the conclusions that he did. And some of the adventures were kind of crazy from so I'll just say it that way. That'll be a really good one that I think that you will enjoy. So let me know what you think. Christina says, they made a Monk movie. They did? How long ago was that? Was that after the series finished and then they came back and made a movie, kind of like they did with Psych? Because Keaton has told me about the Psych movie. Zach says, Heidi, that's really, really cool. Thank you. Miss Starbucks says, I'm just going to train my Komodo so I can get hugging sessions with it. Like I said, people have them as pets, and, you know, they enjoy them. As long as, I mean, I would imagine, like most carnivorous beings, as long as they're fed and, you know, you're not mistreating them, they generally probably won't harm you, especially if you've had them their whole lives. But there's always the chance. That's all I'm going to say. There's always the chance. Miss Starbucks says, yes, I know, Christine, I haven't watched it yet. It's not yet in my country. Oh, no. Bummer. Alex says, we'll email you this weekend. Only just got home from work. Oh, no problem at all. Whenever you're free. I mean, we have some time because that's going to be in March. Anyway, yes, March. Usually you're still sprinting and I have a few minutes to get settled in. LOL. Yeah, this time it was a little bit different because when I came on, we only had a couple people, and I was like, all right, we'll start our first sprint, no problem. And Christina says, it is new. That's awesome, because it's been years since that show ended. So that's cool that they were able to bring people back. Hopefully it was the whole cast. And Miss Starbucks says, the Monk movie came out last year, December, so it's brand new. Super cool. Alex says the Psych movie makes me so sad because of Timothy Amundsen. Yeah, Keaton had mentioned that as well, and I can agree with that. I never watched Psych, but Keaton is a giant fan, like huge fan, and he's told me about the series, and it sounds like a really cool show. So he wants that's one of the things some point during our relationship he wants to show me that, and I'll be happy to watch it with him. Zach says, I did the same thing with The Great God Pan. It helps if you are familiar with Arthur Machen's work. Otherwise, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I would agree about that, especially since it was very early into my foray of horror and it was just written in a totally different style, especially compared to somebody like Stephen King. And it was one of those stories that when I finished it, I had to go back and look and make sure that I didn't miss something. And I didn't, but I it didn't create an enjoyable experience for that reason of the kind of confusing, like, I'm not entirely sure I know what's going on, but you are keeping up with it. I'm just not a fan personally. Christina says it has some COVID stuff. Monk has his own hand sanitizer dispenser that looks like a parking meter. Oh my gosh. That's awesome. That's adorable and very him. Christina says it looks like the whole cast with the second assistant. Good for them getting everybody back, getting the crew back. The Starbucks says yes, it has the old cast, luckily. And you said yes, it's with Nathaniel indeed. And Alex says Keaton has good taste. He does, admittedly. So I would have to agree with you about that. He also enjoys my taste in things, fortunately. So we usually have a lot of fun, showing each other the series or games or books that the other one appreciates. And that can mean a lot in a relationship. And Kat says, Hey, Alex. Hi, Kat. Hope everyone is doing well. Just got back home from visiting my neighbor in the hospital. Oh, no. Kat, you are having to go to the hospital too often, my friend. I'm sorry. I'll be home for a little bit to hang out. Well, I'm happy to have you here. Thank you. Great job with your sprints that you're doing this week. I know you got another one that you're doing tomorrow, which is really exciting. You have like 3 sprints this week, which is crazy, but I'm happy that you've been having good turnouts for them. You have like an awesome community. Christina says his name is printed on it, so it is his. LOL. Ah, that's great. And Christina says, Hi, Kat. Emily says, Psych is one of my fave detective shows and has 3 movies if the TV show isn't enough. I love it when I like it when they go and they make a movie and the movies are really good too, because I know there are some TV shows when they have like made a movie either well after the show ended or like right after, and the TV show had a really nice ending, right? Like the last episode, it was all wrapped up nicely, and then they go and they make a movie and they kind of ruin it. So I'm glad that that didn't happen for you all with that series. Alicia says, Hi, Kat. Oh no, more hospital visits for you. That's what I'm saying. Heidi says, If you like Monk, Tony Shalhoub, he was amazing in the TV show Mrs. Maisel. Oh, I've heard of Mrs. Maisel. Years ago, I had a coworker that she was like obsessed with that show. She loved it so much. And the movie Big Night both take place in the early 1960s. I definitely need to see Mrs. Maisel. Big Night, I have not heard of, but that's really cool. And Kat says, I'll take a Komodo dragon. Absolutely. And Christina says, love Mrs. Maisel too. Kat says, Hey, Christina. Hi, Alicia. The Starbucks says, Yes, I'm a fan of him. He is such an amazing actor. 13 Ghosts is really good as well. I can agree with that. And I have not seen that in years. And that's another movie that I want to go back and watch as an adult, because when I watched it as a child, it scared the ever living crap out of me. That was probably the scariest movie I had ever seen up to that point. And I want to see what I think of it now. With I don't know if the graphics in it hold up or not. Some do, some don't, with movies, depending on how many like practical effects that they had. But that's one I hope that it holds up. That would be fun. I don't want to laugh at it this like far in the future. I will try to find a Big Night. Thanks. Mr. Starbucks says I can't find Mrs. Maisel here yet. Do you have a VPN? Sometimes you can get a VPN and you can pretend to be in a different country, and then all of a sudden it like shows you all of the TV shows of that country. I haven't ever done that, but I know a lot of people who do, and so they're able to watch, British shows, or people in other countries can watch all of the US shows for free. if you have already tried that, then you completely ignore what I said. But if you haven't, it might be worth a shot. And some VPNs are pretty inexpensive right now. And Christina says Maisel is on Prime. Nice. Miss Starbucks says it's on my wish list though. Cool. Well, thank you all for letting me completely spell Komodo dragon wrong and not call me out on it. I don't know how nobody did that except to say that you're all extremely nice people. So, my next question for you all before we start our next sprint is: would you rather be in a food fight or a water balloon fight? And no, it is not in the cold. Like, assume that it's either warm outside or it's indoors. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get the next sprint pulled up here. And I will see you all in a little bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I reached page 264 of my book. I'm reaching a critical point, it feels like, in the story, and I'm really happy about that. Let's see. So before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather be in a food fight or a water balloon fight? And Kat was the first to answer and said water balloon fight. And Alex said water balloon fight, food fights are too gross. And Mary Lou said water balloon fight, easier to clean up afterwards. Very true. Yeah, water isn't as messy and it doesn't stain anything. And I personally would prefer a water balloon fight as well because I used to have those when I was a kid, and they're not smelly and they don't ruin your clothes, which, coming from somebody who once went into like the rivers at camp and was putting like silt and stuff on my skin when I was wearing white clothing and got that completely trashed, like maybe that doesn't sound like that matters, but I don't want to ruin any of my clothes now. I care about them a lot more than I did back then. Miss Starbucks says, water balloon. That's so easy. I have something with water. I always want to push people in pools. So definitely a water fight. Well, I wouldn't mind if you pushed me in a pool as long as I was in a swimsuit and I didn't have to walk around in soggy shoes. And I didn't have my phone in my pocket because that would be terrible. Miss Starbucks says, plus, I think a food fight is a waste of good food. I would have to agree with you on that one. Alicia says, water balloon, I cannot waste the food. What if it was like really gross food that you didn't want to eat? I mean, I suppose that the answer would still be the same. You really don't want to waste something that you can eat. So it probably would remain the same. Heidi says, I think of the movie Animal House when you mentioned food fight, a most famous scene with John Belushi. Yes, I have seen that scene, and I hadn't thought about it when I was writing this question, but that was a great connection there, Heidi. I like that. Roxanne, welcome. So happy that you are here. Hopefully, you're still here. How did you do in that sprint? And Heidi says, Roxanne, what are you reading? Alicia says, I'm going to watch a movie. Hopefully, I'll be back before the end. Well, hopefully so. I realized Keaton came in to talk with me. You may end up having seen that. And he actually had a super late lunch. And I have only eaten a piece of banana nut bread today because I had like a really stressful day and I was just hyper focused on trying to solve a problem. And so I'm going to go heat up a brat. I have one brat left, and probably it's going to sound like a really odd pairing, but like some basmati rice with it, just because that's what I have readily available. And I'll probably make a meal of that during the next sprint. So Mary Lou says, I need to go eat dinner. I feel you. We'll try to get back before the end. Well, thank you very much. Heidi says, I do not sprint. I like talking books and multitasking at the same time. Well, what are you multitasking and doing right now? Roxanne says, the book is My Picture is the Starless Sea. Oh, currently I'm rereading a few screenwriting books like Save the Cat. Very fun. I have not read The Starless Sea. I am interested in reading it, and hopefully you are enjoying it because I need to pick that up. You said, I was working on my manuscript and realized a huge plot hole, so I'm going back to the drawing board. Oh no! I'm sorry to hear that, but hopefully you'll be able to like find some workaround for it so you won't have to change too much. But sometimes that can be the fun part. Robert says, between the library and the sprint, I'm up 65 pages. Nice. Food fight with key lime pies. Okay, so if you could choose the food, I didn't really think about that. You all always take a really cool interpretation of my questions. And I didn't, I guess if I could choose which food, I would want it to be something sweet and tasty rather than something savory or smelly. Like I would much prefer to have somebody throw cake at me than I would a piece of fish. So I'm with you. The key lime pie sounds like a pretty darn good choice. Roxanne says, as for the question, I want to be in a food fight like that Comedy Central skit, Rage Restaurant. If I could pick the other attendees, it would be like Christmas. Yeah, because then you get to choose which people you get to pelt with stuff. So that would be kind of fun. Miss Starbucks says, another 32 pages read. Very nice job. James says, 36 pages. Great. Alex says, made it to page 108 of Wuthering Heights. Nice. Anna K was a much easier read for me. Really? Anna Karenina was easier? That kind of surprises me. Is it because of the language or because of the content? Or both? It could be both. And Zach says, water balloon. Just full out water balloon. Kat says, Zach, how was egg roll in a bowl? Oh, yes. I have heard many people talking about the famous egg roll in a bowl, which I have never had before, but it sounds really good. Miss Starbucks says, food I wouldn't want to eat, like red beets. Yeah, I would give to the poor. Oh, there you go. Robert says, you guys are making up too many arbitrary rules. The balloons are filled with vinegar. Oh, well, that would be completely different because I would desperately not want to get that in my eyes. But then it wouldn't be a water balloon. It would be a vinegar balloon. So I would have to disagree with you on that. That sounds absolutely terrible. Oh, Zach says, at Cargood, I'm going to make it again and it will. Oh, at Cat. There you go. I'm going to make it again and it will be even better now that I have a little experience. I always love that with a good recipe when you kind of work out a kink sometime in the beginning. The banana nut bread I talked about earlier is actually a recipe that I kind of came up with. I Frankensteined some other recipes that I found from people and like added and changed things to suit what I thought would make it better. And it's kind of my own thing now. And I absolutely love it. It's my favorite banana nut bread. So it's cool when you can just change and alter things. Miss Starbucks says, we can have a water fight all together. Oh, and I will push you in the pool. Then Alex, give me your phone. Fair, just let me take off my shoes. That's all I ask, please. And it has to be in the deep end. That way I don't crack my head. I'm taller than most people probably think. Kat says, during the sprint, I fed my dogs and unloaded and loaded my dishwasher while talking to my friend Simon. Oh, that sounds lovely. I also enjoy talking with my friends on the phone when I'm doing different stuff around the house. My friend Cody is one of the people I can talk to for like anywhere between an hour and 2 hours at a time. And ultimately, I'll end up doing something while we are chatting with one another. So that's awesome. And Starbucks says the Starless Sea is on my long wish list still as well. Yeah, that's a book that people have been talking about for so long, and I'm a little concerned that it's going to be like I'm not going to enjoy it because people have talked about it so much, but maybe that's not the case. I mean, sometimes when everybody's talking about a book, it really is just amazing. And I would hope that. I always go into books with positive intent. Like I'm not one of those people that hate reads books. I know that's extremely popular and, to each their own. And if you want to pick up things that you know that you're not going to like, I have nothing against that whatsoever. But for me, I'm like, I want every book that I pick up, I want to know that I have a reasonable chance of enjoying it and being happy with it. So that's what I always try to do. You're very likely not on my channel going to see me read a book that I know that I'll hate. And Emily says, a water balloon fight started American Baby by Gabrielle Glasser. Nice. I've not heard of American Baby. Is that a nonfiction book or a fiction book? Because honestly, by that title, it could be either. Selma Blair has a book called Mean Baby, I believe it was. And so that I don't know why that title reminded me of that. Kat said, Zach, yay. Yes, my husband has perfected it since the first time, and you can add different proteins. That's always fun. Zach says, no, I love red beets. Kat says, I owe you martinis recipes, Alex. Yes, you do, Kat. Give me all the martinis. Just so everybody knows, bonus points if it is either a pomegranate or cranberry martini. Now, I love many different martinis. They're my favorite alcoholic beverage, and I have them almost never because I don't have a habit of making them at home because I don't think that they ever taste as good as the ones at a restaurant. And I very rarely go to a restaurant where I order a martini. I am, however, doing that on Valentine's Day because Keaton and I have a reservation for a dinner together. We're going to some place that I love their pomegranate martinis. I am going to be trying to figure out how to make them. I probably won't succeed because the ratios are going to be very specific, but I would try. And trying really is will get you there eventually. Miss Starbucks says, I hate red beets. I don't understand somebody liking that. And Alex says, how tall are you? You vibe is short. You are not the only person to say that. That is hilarious. So all of my coworkers, with the nature of my job, the other people who do my same job are all over the country. So I'm the only one at my location that does what I do. And I got to meet up with them last March. And it wasn't like an actual bet where people were putting down money, but they were like, we were betting that you were short. And I'm like, I'm 5'7". I'm not like 5 feet, like a lot of my coworkers are. They're like really short ladies. And I just thought that that was hilarious because I walked up and I'm just like towering over them. So no, I'm not like 6 feet tall, but I'm not like quite petite either. I'm 5'7". Heidi says, Alex, my son has cerebral palsy, so I'm always taking care of him, but BookTube has saved me from watching his TV shows for the thousandth time. Books and BookTube have saved my sanity, really. I think that that's a beautiful thing, Heidi, and I love that for you, and I'm glad that you have been able to find this and it gives you joy. I don't admittedly know a whole lot about cerebral palsy, but I'm sure that you're a lovely mother who takes great care of her son, so I admire you for that. And Zach says, I can make a meal out of a can of beets and a fork. Dang. Okay, I would never do that, Zach. I don't know if I would hate beets or not, because admittedly that's not really part of my diet. That like we don't make that here. I can't confirm whether I'd like it or not. I definitely don't think I'd probably eat it out of a can. Kat says, when we do our buddy reads, we should sip on martinis while discussing the book. I would love that. Kat, wait, you have inspired me. Maybe I'll get like a special octopus martini glass or something. That would be kind of hilarious to match our book. I bet you I could find one. But I would want it to be a nice one. I don't want to order like a cheapy cheap thing off of Amazon. I got to check Etsy now. I got to see if that's a thing. That sounds hilarious. I'm with you, Kat. Miss Starbucks says, I'm actually pretty curious how you got your nickname, Alex. You like Frankenstein the most or something? Oh, for Frank Fiction? No, so Frank Fiction came up because originally when I was running my blog, my tagline was giving it to you straight. So it's like just being a frank person, being frank about the things that I enjoy and don't enjoy. And it's just stuck for me. And it's something that I just resonate with a lot. So that's where that comes from. Roxanne says the Starless Sea is incredible. I couldn't even tell you what it's about if I tried. It's just vibe. Oh, excuse me, not incredible. You said indescribable. I couldn't even tell you what it's about if I tried. Just a vibe. It's not a book, it's an experience. Okay, well, sometimes experiences in books are really fun. I haven't admittedly read a whole lot of books where I didn't know what was going on, that I thought that it was a lot of fun, but I have read one that got 5 stars. It was the weirdest book I've ever read in my life, Hard-Boiled Wonderland and the End of the World by Haruki Murakami. Now, I can tell you, like, I have sheets of paper. This was no joke. After I finished the book, I sat down and I wrote out everything that I knew about the story because it's just a fever dream of a book completely. And it was also a translated work, so I think that partially added to it. But I have sheets of paper explaining the entire plot and how everything is connected. And I just had a lot of fun reading that. So who knows? Maybe I would also enjoy the indescribable Starless Sea. And Emily says, American Baby is nonfiction. Okay, there we go. About the system that existed in the 50s that separated unplanned babies from young single mothers. Oh my gosh. Please do let me know how that is because that sounds really interesting and I am enjoying my gentle easing in to nonfiction. I do have a nonfiction book lined up for February. My goal is to get a video out on Sunday, like I normally do. Then it's going to be my TBR for February. But I realized tonight, actually, that when I was filming that video, I made a mistake in the video about one of the books that I referenced. I picked, so just I'll tell you all this. The Three Body Problem, obviously, is what I'm reading right now. It's part of a trilogy. When I initially opened up the books, when I received them from Keaton, they were in the order Three Body Problem, Death's End, and then The Dark Forest, which it's the yellow and red book behind me. So I thought that Death's End was the second novel. And in the video, I'm like, oh, well, this is a perfect opportunity because I would really like to read the sequel. So that was one of I have like a whole stack of books I talk about, but I was like, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and read that. And I realized tonight it's not. It is not the sequel. It's the third book. The Dark Forest is the sequel. So I'm going to have to go and I'm going to have to do like, hi, it's editing, Alex, which I think I've only had to do one other time. And I'm so embarrassed about it. But I don't want to refilm anything because that wouldn't be authentic. So you're just going to get me making a mistake. Isn't that a joy? But I got on that topic because I have a nonfiction book that I'm reading in February. And I'm really excited about it because I think it's going to be a good one. And Kat says, you're taller than me, Alex. I'm 5'4". Kat, see, I thought you were tall. I was like, Kat's 5'8". Don't ask me
I
why
didn't
I
get
thought that.
that. Could
My
you try
Siri.
again?
No, Siri, go away. I don't like you.
I'm just trying to do my job. If there's anything else I can help you with, let me know.
You can't, but thanks anyway. Sorry about that. But yeah, Kat, I thought you were like 5'8". Heidi says, I used to make chocolate martinis for my friends with Godiva liqueur. Yes, I've heard of that when I was young and went out dancing. See, I was never a fan of the like espresso martini, chocolate martini, kind of like dessert martinis, if you will. I mean, I would argue that anything that's sweet is dessert. Like I could have a pomegranate martini as a dessert drink, but it's not quite the same as one that has like Godiva in it or the rum chata and whatnot that people use. So unfortunately, I'm not a big fan of those, but I love that you like them and that you used to drink them when you went out dancing. That's awesome. Kat says, I wonder if there is an octopus martini. I would be willing to say that you could make one getting those like gummy worm octopuses. Have you ever seen those? They are like octopus shaped gummies. You could probably like set them on the edge of your glass. That would be hilarious, Kat. We're thinking. We'll come up with something. Kat says, Heidi, I love to dance and sing. I am not a good singer. None of you would ever want to hear that, but I do enjoy dancing a lot. Miss Starbucks says, you're only human. Don't worry. Oh, thank you for that. Miss Starbucks said, go away, Siri. Shoo. I know. It just comes up randomly, and I swear I don't even say anything that sounds like hate. You know what? I almost said it. I'm not going to because it'll come back up. Roxanne says, do you know what the Dark Forest hypothesis is? If so, is the book premise including it? I'd be willing to bet probably because the three body problem is based off of the mathematics and physics problem that we have yet to solve. So very likely. And that means that I'm also going to be probably researching that as well. It is like the three body problem, for example, is explained in here quite well, but I did extra research outside of this book just because I wanted to fully understand the concept as best I can, not being a mathematician. I'll put that caveat in there. But I also want to be able to like explain it to you all like very briefly, like a condensed version, like layman's terms, in when I do my review. And that's what I'm trying to figure out is, do I give this book its own video and talk just about this? Or do I read the entire trilogy and then do a book about the series? Right now, I'm leaning towards doing a book about the series, or excuse me, doing a video about the series of books. Let me know what you think. Because I'm not sure yet. Heidi says, Alex, you know the Three Body Problem TV show is coming out in March. I have heard that. The same show runners from Game of Thrones. No way! Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Normally, and you all know this if you've been on here for a while, I am one of those people that I am really bad that when it comes to a book series being adapted into a movie or a TV show, I usually don't watch it because I'm like, how can it compare with the books? I am enjoying this so much that I would, I think, be willing to watch the show, which says a lot about the way that I'm liking this. So that's extremely exciting. I knew it was coming out. I didn't realize it was in March. Kat says, I will research an octopus martini. Yes, ma'am. Hit me up. I'm ready. Miss Starbucks says, when the sprint will start, I need to go. A pity I never finished this live. When you end it, it will be 4 a.m., I suppose. Oh my gosh. Well, no, you need to go to sleep. I really appreciate you, Miss Starbucks. I'm always so happy to see you here. So you go and have a wonderful night. Everybody got to have your lovely presents and enjoy your weekend. Love it. Zach says, fun fact, octopuses have 3 hearts and 9 brains. Yes, they do. Because they have a brain independently in each of their tentacles, and then like the one that is in their base body, and then their 3 hearts. I can't remember where they're all located, but that's one of the really fun things about octopuses is why their arms can act independently of whatever signals they're getting from their brain. That was one of the things that I learned actually reading The Mountain and the Sea by Ray Nagler. If you have not picked up that book, I highly recommend it. It was one of my favorite books that I read last year. Great. Like when I can get a chance to buy physical copies of books again, I do plan on buying a copy of that because I want to reread it so badly. Very philosophical book, though, different than what a lot of people expect it to be. Heidi says, video about the series, not sure what it is called. Okay. And Kat says, I love that fun fact, Zach. And Miss Stark says, it is 0:46 a.m. here right now. I was just saying that when I would watch this whole live. Oh, yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. You definitely don't want to stay up that late. So go and enjoy your 12:46 a.m. time for those who don't read military time, and enjoy your weekend. And we will be starting the spring here pretty shortly. And Roxanne says maybe you should do the books as standalone so people who finish watching the show can hear about the differences without being spoiled for future seasons. That's true. Because what I could do is so I switch it up a little bit with my reviews. So some reviews I do completely spoiler free because I just want to talk about the series as a whole and the overarching things I liked about it. And then other books, I have a spoiler section at the end of the video. My initial thought with this was that I do a spoiler free version, which if I were to do that, it could make sense talking about the series as a whole, but then you're right. I wouldn't really get to focus on anything in the second or third book. Roxanne, you bring up an excellent point because no, I wouldn't want to spoil anything for anybody. That helped a lot. Thank you very much. That really helped. You're seeing my thoughts in real time. Bye, Miss Starbuck. She says, thank you all. Bye, all. See you next time. Have a great weekend. And Kat says, bye, Miss Starbuck. All right. So with that, everybody, I'm going to go ahead and put up the next question here, and then I can go and I can eat my brat. And the next question is this. Would you rather have skin that changes color based on your emotions or tattoos appear all over your body depicting what you did the prior day? I think this one's a really fun one. So let me know in the chat. And I got Pomodoro Kitty, and I will see you all in a little bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I just got to a major reveal in my book. So I was like, oh man, I got to stop right here. But I'm on page 272. So before we left, I asked the question, would you rather have skin that changes color based on your emotions or tattoos appear all over your body depicting what you did the prior day? So I got to go back here in the comments. And Kat was the first to answer, and she said, skin changes color based on my emotions. And Alex says, I don't need tattoos announcing my sins to my parents. That's fair. It could also be something just like you're chilling and reading, right? I mean, you could have like a fun tattoo of you reading. It could be that too. I don't know. Like, I guess, would it be every single tiny little thing that you did for the day? Like, if you got up and you grabbed a sandwich, like, would you have a tattoo of a sandwich? These are the real questions. We have not decided the rules, so you all actually get to decide the rules of this. Roxanne says, the color changing skin, my daily tattoos would be too boring. See, I think food tattoos are hilarious. So if I got a different tattoo every day of the thing that I ate the day prior, I would probably laugh. But that's just me. As long as it wasn't on like my face or like my neck, because then I wouldn't find that very funny. But if it was like my arm and it just changed every day, I'd be like, hey, I have a sushi roll. Like, I'd be cool with that. Heidi says, Alex's question sounds like the magic system in a Brandon Sanderson novel. I think Emperor's Soul or Warbreaker has something to with people fading and getting brighter, seeing sharper colors. Okay, that's really interesting. I admittedly, even as somebody who really enjoys fantasy, have not read any Brandon Sanderson yet. And I know that there are many people in the world because he's just such a huge author and he's also written a lot, I know. That would be like, well, you don't actually like fantasy if you haven't read like Brandon Sanderson or Robert Jordan. And I will get to them. I just haven't yet. But like figuring out where to start with him, Brandon Sanderson, to me seems so daunting. Like, I guess the very first book I ever heard of his was Mistborn, like that series. So maybe that would be where I would start. But if you all are like big Sanderson fans and you know like which book to begin with, that would probably be really helpful. I think he's written some standalones as well, but I don't know all of the specifics. Nicole, welcome. Happy to see you. Glad that you could make it. And you said, I'd rather have color changing skin. Very fair. Now, because emotions are quite complex. So if you were feeling a variety of different emotions, would you then be like a color combination of those two things? Like if you had like, feeling mellow is yellow. That seems like that would be fair. And also being, I don't know, passionate would be red. So like if you were feeling mellow and passionate, then you would be orange. These are the questions that I want answered. Is it every color combination, or is it that we have like a set of colors? Roxanne says, Heidi, do you read a lot of Sanderson? Where should new readers even start? Thank you, Roxanne. I totally did not even see your comment ahead of time, but that was the same question that I had. Zach says, I'd go color changing skin. The tattoo idea is a bit like The Illustrated Man by Ray Bradbury. I really loved The Illustrated Man. I read The Martian Chronicles first, which made sense, and then The Illustrated Man next. Ray Bradbury, when I first started getting into science fiction, was like my go-to. Like he just invoked certain feelings in me. Like his writing had a particular style, it has a particular vibe to it that I really enjoyed. I've since read so many more masters of science fiction, but I am going to be this year. I was meant to read it last year. Something Wicked This Way Comes, but I didn't get to it. So I plan on reading that. It's my yellow book over there sometime this year. Probably would be a really good one for October. That was originally when I was going to read it last year, but I just couldn't finish the other books that I was reading in enough time. Alex says, I read another chapter of Wuthering Heights and then made the rest of my ramen for dinner. Very nice. You did not tell me whether Wuthering, or did you? Did you say whether Wuthering Heights, why it was harder to read than Anna Karenina? I don't remember that you answered that, but maybe you did, and if you did, I apologize. My brain has been in a jumble today. I was in, like, an intense state of anxiety for most of the day, and then, like, I started coming down off of it kind of, like, right before my sprints, and so I feel a lot better now, but just kind of a little bit in a jumble. Robert says, so it has to be 90 degrees or hotter. Only shorts and a tank top can be worn. I'll go with emotions because if I'm in a mood and the color shows that, I'll be left alone. Hashtag arbitrary. Well, there you go. You have decided your own rules for yourself, Robert. You usually do, though. Kat says, yes, the tattoos would be everything. Yes. Okay, that's fair. I guess that includes, like, having to go take a shower and when you're brushing your teeth and a variety of other things that I also don't think I'd want tattooed on me. So that's very fair. Alicia says, I'm still watching my movie, but I'm cool with having a tattoo of a sandwich. All right. Yes. Another food tattoo person. I don't have any tattoos personally, but I really love the art form. And there's like certain styles of tattoos that are my favorite. And maybe one day I'll get one, but I haven't yet. Alex says, I was assuming like full body tattoos of everything you did the prior day, mostly lovely reading and food, but I do many frowned upon things. I think that you're right in this case that it would probably be everything, as Kat said. So leading towards the mood as well. I'm just trying to figure out whether you would be a combination of colors or a set series of colors. That's what I want to know. Nicole says, my tattoos would just be a lot of me kicking ass. Yeah, not because I always do, but in my mind. I love that. That's a great mentality to have, Nicole. And you do kick ass. You're like crushing it in life and on your channel. You're doing a great job on your channel too. Nicole says, I'd want each individual color represented, so more an umbra effect. Okay, very nice. That makes sense. Robert says, mad is red, passionate is a chartreuse. Okay, yeah, see, now we're getting into the territory of like different tones and pigments of certain colors. Are we going to turn into, walking into a Lowe's and you look at the paint section and you see all the swatches and it's like, this one's London fog and this one's Heather. And you're like, I don't know where you came up with those names or why, but they're apparently two different colors. If that's the case, we have an infinite combination. And I feel like that would make communication quite difficult. So we probably would have to have some limit, or at least a perceivable limit for the human eye. Emily says, tattoos. I would not want my emotions to be on display all the time. That is very fair. I understand that because then you couldn't really keep things to yourself, right? So this is the difficulty is like you'd either have tattoos of things on you that you didn't want shared, though you could try to cover them up, right, with clothing, or you would always have the way that you feel somewhere on your face and you would have to try to like you probably would become very stoic, like you'd be like a very zen person learning how to control your emotions to where you're blank all the time. I could imagine that happening, some people just not wanting to show any emotion, so they just empty themselves of all feeling. They're like, I will be an empty glass. And Nicole says, chartreuse for passion, Robert. I feel it's more a disgusting color, or a disgusted color. And Roxanne says, I read Sanderson's YA book, Arithmetist. I loved it. Reminded me of the kids' TV show, Chalk Zone. Oh, I watched that when I was a kid. I loved Chalk Zone. His adult books, I am so intimidated by. The Way of Kings audiobook is 45 hours. Now, I have heard that that is quite chunky. And I am also intimidated by his series because I struggle with series. I mean, like the fact that I'm reading a trilogy right now is not my norm. I usually read a lot of standalone books, but I'm always willing to make an exception for a good series. And I'd have to really be dedicated to that because it would probably be one of those series that you don't want too much time to pass between the different books. It's not like reading Terry Pratchett with the Discworld, because the beautiful things about those books is every single one of them is independent of the books that came before. Now, there are characters referenced and there are events that can be referenced sometimes, but it's never an integral part of the plot. And so you could go 6 months between reading one Discworld book and another, and it wouldn't make a difference. Brandon Sanderson, I have a feeling that's not the case. And then I would end up having to reread stuff if I didn't stay on top of it, which I also wouldn't want to do with something really long. Alex says, mostly my problem is the way the story is told. People are recounting events from 20 years earlier, but the language is also not super easy. Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that with a classic. I do have a copy of it. I know that I need to read it. That's another one of those books I'm a little intimidated by because I don't know whether I'll enjoy it. And we talked about this last time. I don't want to ever talk trash about a classic just because I didn't vibe with the way that it was written because so many people love them. So it makes it hard. But just because other people love them doesn't mean that you have to. And you're like everybody's entitled to their opinion. And classics are chosen for a variety of reasons. And Kat says, "What movie, Alicia?" Mary Lou says, "Roxanne, Arithmetist was good. I also loved his middle grade series, Alcatraz and the Evil Librarians." Oh, that's fun. Maybe that will be less intimidating. That sounds awesome. Robert says, "Noteworthy fiction, Nicole. I like green, maybe periwinkle." Periwinkle's fun. I like that color. Heidi says, "Roxanne, I DNF those books, but fantasy booktubers will tell you to start with the Mistborn series." Yeah, Daniel Green, that's what I first heard of him years ago when I used to watch his channel. Then the Stormlight Archives. I did love Tress. Maybe start there. Okay. Thank you for that, Heidi. Nicole says, "Oh, well, if you like green, then that makes sense. Now I want to see you change these colors and guess your emotions." Robert. That's awesome. A cat says, "I love periwinkle, Robert. My scrapbook room is that color." Very nice. Nicole says, "Either way, I see us all going around with turtlenecks and pants on all the time. Yeah, and a big old hat. Maybe a ski mask with little eye cutouts, and that nobody would know anything." Robert says, "Nicole and Kat, I'm feeling tangerine now. I'll let you guys guess the emotion." Tangerine. Hmm. I have a feeling you would pick something that I would never guess what tangerine means. You know what? Just because I feel like it, I'm going to say your emotion is that you want to have a sweet treat. You want a Kit Kat, Robert. I know it. You want a Kit Kat or you want a little Reese's Pieces. It's probably the Reese's. I believe it. And oh, Alex did a backslash and Nicole says content. Heidi says, "Alex, did you read Guards. Actually, it's so funny that you asked me that, Heidi, because that's my next one. I am going in order for the series. So I have read, I believe this is the 8th one. Yeah, because I did The Color of Magic, The Light Fantastic, Equal Rights, Mort, Sorcery, Weird Sisters, and Pyramids. And then I will have Guards, which I will be reading this year. And I'm really looking forward to this because it's the introduction, right, to the Ankh-Morpork Guards, which I haven't really heard much of so far in the series. Like, I obviously know of them, but we haven't gotten their perspective. So I think that's going to be a lot of fun. It's the City Guards or the City Watch. What is it? Yeah, Captain Vimes, Constable Carrot, and the rest of the Night Watch. That's what it was, the Night Watch. I don't know anything about them yet. Christina says, "Having some supper and watching Bones." Nice. That's a feel-good show. Or at least like a comforting show. Kat says, "I have only read one Brandon Sanderson, which I liked. It was Steelheart. One of my junior high students recommended it to me years ago. It's the first in a series." I love that you can talk with books with your students, Kat, like talk about books with them and that they can give you recommendations that you enjoy. I wonder, do you get to talk with them? Do your students know that you have a YouTube channel? Is it something that you share? Or do you keep that private? Alex says, "I will talk trash about all the classics." I respect that. That's fair. Nicole's laughing about it. Nicole says, "I'm reading Villette, Alex, so I feel for you on the language, those Brontes." Yeah, that's fair. Though I did enjoy, oh my God, Jane Eyre. There we go. Whew. I was, again, titles. I'm live, just fly out of my brain. I did enjoy Jane Eyre when I first read it, though it's been a really long time, and I don't know how I'd feel about it now. Roxanne says, "I tried Mistborn and DNF'd. I will try the middle grade." Roxanne, you were not the only one to tell me that Mistborn was just not for you. Like I know I was hearing it was probably like 5 or 6 live shows ago that one of my subscribers was talking about starting that and was like, "I don't really enjoy this right now, and I'm hoping that it's gonna get better." And I don't know if it ever did. Alex says, "I don't hate Wuthering Heights. Very interesting story. Just don't love the story structure or her writing style. Probably a 3 star." That's fair. So it's just kind of somewhere in the middle. It's it's not bad, it's not great, it just is. That's what I like to say about 3 stars. Nicole said, "That's how I'm feeling about Villette. Maybe sans the interesting story part. We'll see." And Heidi says, "Alex." And Kat says, "Tangerine, maybe you're happy, Robert." And Nicole says, "Oops, that was content, as in feel. Oh, content. See, need the context sometimes. Sorry, content, as in feeling satisfied. Thank you. Tangerine is content. Mary Lou, Guards is a good one. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be fantastic. I think I'll enjoy it more than Pyramids. Pyramids was just not my favorite one. Heidi says, Guards is the only Pratchett I have read, and it was a masterpiece in humor. Pretty much everything he writes is, I would say, probably my favorite one that he's written, just because of the sheer emotion of it. And I won't lie, I choked up at the end, which I did not expect from a book that is so funny, but it was Mort. It was the very first book where Death gets his own story. Because, Death is the only character in Discworld. Well, maybe you don't because it's the only Pratchett that you've read, but in all 41, 42 books that he wrote in the Discworld, Death appears in every single one, even if it's just for like a line or two. And so when he got his own story, it was a big deal, and I loved that. He's definitely, hands down, my favorite character in the series. I also really enjoy the witches. If you ever get a chance to read like Equal Rights or Weird Sisters, those are really good ones. Some people recommend reading the Discworld series in the you could think of them like a batch of books, because since he didn't write them all like this set of characters here, this set of characters here, he just wrote them in different places. They will actually sell you the set that has just certain characters. It's a series of like 6 books that you can get that's about like Rincewind or like the witches, and that's a lot of fun too. If like you decide that you really like certain characters, you can find books that feature them, and you can read them in whatever order you want. Roxanne says, "It is true Discworld is similar humor to Murderbot." I have yet to read Murderbot, but I need to. If it is puns and satire, then the answer is yes. I don't know if that tells you anything or not, but that's the way that Pratchett's writing is, for sure. Robert says, "Cat, happy and sugar rush satisfied. Hashtag gambit of emotions." Love that. Kat says, "I haven't read anything by Terry Pratchett." Well, Kat, since I'm reading them in chronological order, there we go. I would say usually when I recommend the books, I say start with the first one. However, if you start with The Color of Magic, it is by far the most chaotic of his stories, because it's where he was testing out the world, and there's all these like little notes and appendices about how the world is structured and oriented, and it can be kind of a whirlwind to read. And then when you get into his other stories, they like make a lot of logical sense in terms of like they have more of a plot. I would argue that The Color of Magic is less plot driven and it's more just like a wild ride. But if you want to understand the story of Rincewind, who is a wizard and he's one of the main characters in the story, is the first character that has his own book that we're introduced to, you have to start with The Color of Magic. Otherwise, the history of Two Flower and luggage doesn't make any sense. Luggage, if anybody knows, is like honestly the best. Outside of the character of Death, I love luggage so much. Nicole says, we were all right. Happy, content, and candy. He can just change it to be whatever he wants, so he could tell us that we're right. So there's that too. Heidi says, Guards was Monty Python-esque for me. Oh, I love that. Yes, Monty Python is wonderful too. Monty Python and the Holy Grail is one of the ultimate classics. Kat says, I don't teach junior high anymore. That was years ago. I taught ELA, so I recommended books to them and they recommended books to me. I didn't have my channel back then. That's fair. I think that's really cool that you did that though, Kat. Alex says Jane Eyre is high on my classics list, right after Wilde and Dickens and Hugo and Fitzgerald and Hemingway. Yeah, there's a lot to read for sure. Christina says Salt and Broom was good. It is a witchy retelling of Jane Eyre. Oh, that sounds like fun. I have never heard of that. Hang on. Let me make a note. Oh, I get so many recommendations during these lives, and I feel both extremely happy because I'm like, look at all these awesome recommendations, and also like I will never possibly be able to get to all these, but darn it if I don't put all of them in a wish list, because I do. I think that's just the plight of a reader. You'll never get to everything that you want to read, but you try anyway. Kat says those students are now graduating from college, getting married, and having babies. Oh, wow. That's so cool. Nicole says Jane Eyre reads very differently and the storyline is better. I would agree. Yeah, I haven't really branched out with any of the other Bronte sisters, but I think it was Charlotte Bronte who wrote Jane Eyre, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I liked her writing style well enough. I mean, it was definitely written as a classic, but I liked it at the time. Kat says, "Yay, Robert! That's a great was to be happy and in the midst of a sugar rush." Kat says, I'm eating popcorn for dinner, just made that decision. I had an extremely chaotic dinner and I am feeling the heartburn from it for sure. I am not averse to eating odd combinations of food. That is one thing that you should know about me. Like, I don't eat them like in one bite together, but I will eat them together in one meal. I'm about to gross out a lot of people, but it's fine. I ate a brat, okay, in a bun with ketchup and mustard. I had Parmesan pita chips with plain hummus, and I finished some sushi that I had in the fridge, and it was spicy tuna, and I am just like feeling the heartburn. So I'm gonna I'm gonna have to go and get some Tums and eat them. And it was my own fault, and I knew that it would probably happen, but I was really hungry, and it was what I had available, so that's what I went with. Mary Lou says, Jane Eyre is my favorite novel of all time. Haven't reread it in years. Perhaps now is the time for a reread. Yeah, absolutely. And Kat says, I know Pratchett was a good friend with Neil Gaiman. And yes, and they collaborated together. They wrote one of my favorite books of all time, which is Good Omens. And Alex is actually going to be reading that at some point this year. And I'm really interested to hear what she thinks about it because she doesn't typically like humor books very much, and I'm hoping that it's going to go well. So I know that your boyfriend Alex really loved the TV show. So good luck with the book. Mary Lou says, yes, Kat, they wrote Good Omens together, another favorite book of mine. Yeah, it was actually, Good Omens was my first experience with Pratchett, and that was how I found Discworld. So I'm extremely grateful to Neil Gaiman for writing a book with Terry Pratchett, or I probably never would have known who he was. Zach says, Anne Bronte is the best, and The Tenant of Wildfell Hall is my favorite classic of all time. Very nice. I have not read that one, Zach. Alex says, I have a fantasy, I think, retelling of Wuthering Heights on my shelf, and I'm wondering if it's a bad idea to read that directly after the original. Well, who knows? Maybe it would be a good idea, because then you have all the context and you can see which things were changed. Maybe they even were changed for the better. Who knows? Alex says, yes, I will suffer through all their incomprehensible British humor. It's not incomprehensible. Terry Pratchett is very punny. Like, it's not one of those where you can't tell if the author's making a joke. At least in my opinion, it's very clear when they're poking fun at something, and I hope that that helps because I found it hilarious. Mary Lou says, Tenant of Wildfell Hall is great. Just reread that last year for Victober. Zach says, getting digestive enzymes has helped with my heartburn a lot. Oh, they have that to help with heartburn? Zach, I'll look into that because it doesn't strike me all the time, thankfully, but either if I eat odd combinations of foods, I eat very acidic foods, or I eat fatty foods, or sometimes odd combinations of spicy foods. it can happen to me. I had it really bad there for a while, and then fortunately I've been pretty in the clear lately. But tonight, that is not the case, of course, because I'm sprinting. Roxanne says, I love the 2011 Jane Eyre movie so much, but I know other people think the acting is cold. There's some parts of the book that's cold, so it's not entirely inappropriate. Maybe I'm imagining more emotion or I'm used to Europeans. I haven't seen the entirety of that one, but I know that was the one with Michael Fassbender. Yes. Um, as Mr. Rochester. And oh my gosh, I'm blanking on her name. She was in Crimson Peak and Alice in Wonderland, the Tim Burton Alice in Wonderland. I can't think of her name, but I really like her as an actress, and I've seen scenes from it, and I thought it was quite emotional personally. So I'm interested in watching that. Kat says I enjoyed Wuthering Heights and Jane Eyre. I read them both in my youth. And Nicole says who's in the 2011 version? Yeah, hopefully that helped Nicole. Though I didn't for the female lead, just if you've seen her in other things. Okay, there we go. Roxanne says Michael Fassbender and Mia Wazi Wazikawas. Oh no, Wazikowska. Wazikowska. That was a horrible pronunciation. My apologies. That would be an excellent segue into my next question, so that you all you all can get on to doing some more reading. And my next question is going to be, what is one? How did I do that? Oh, there we go. That's funny. There we go. How did I do that? Hold on a second. There we go. Okay. What is one thing that you would do if you had unlimited funds? I think that that's a fun one as well. Nicole says, I haven't seen that one. And Zach says, her name is Mia Wazikawaska. I have no idea how that's supposed to be spelled or pronounced in my case. Roxanne says, I didn't know how to say it either. Thank you. That does make me feel better. And I will go ahead and I will pull up the Pomodoro Kitty, and I will let you all enjoy some reading, and I will see you all in a bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I'm on page 282. My progress has been kind of slow while reading this book, but I've been like underlining a lot of things and just generally kind of making notes. So it takes a lot of extra time. So before we left, I asked the question, what is one thing you would do if you had unlimited funds? I'll go back into my questions or my comments here. Let's see. Kat answered first and said, I would travel with unlimited funds. Yes. And Kat, do you have a goal? Like, if you could, would you go to every country, or are there like certain places in the world that you would rather focus on? Emily says, travel the world. Yes. Mary Lou says, buy more books, or perhaps more shelves, or both. That would be the best option, right? Nicole says, never cook again. Yeah, hire like a professional chef, or you could technically go out to eat whenever you wanted, which sounds really nice to me. I do enjoy cooking. I'll be honest. I enjoy it. But if I could cook on my own terms where it wasn't just because, oh, I got to make dinner tonight, but it was because I was baking something I just really enjoyed, or I could go out and I could grill a steak, that would be totally different. So that would probably be the only time I'd want to cook. Alex says, I'd buy a house on some land in the middle of nowhere and never leave. That sounds like a lovely time. I support that idea 100%. Roxanne says, build my dream library, spiral staircases, hidden passages, more books than the Library of Alexandria. That would be a lot of books, Roxanne. The Library of Alexandria had like millions back in the day. To enter it, you would have to know the secret password and enter a speakeasy like door. Oh, that sounds like so much fun. I love that. I think if I had unlimited funds, I would also like to build the library of my dreams, but it would not be my like in my house. I would actually get another building. I could either find one that's like old and rustic and fix it up, which would be really cool, or I could build another structure and then I would have a place to go that was just my own personal library that was built in a similar way, which would be a lot of fun. I think for me, my big thing that I would want to do is I would want to go up into space. If I had unlimited funds, I would take one of those rides, that all these billionaires are offering, and get to finally like go up into space, experience weightlessness, get to see the earth from the little, port window, and just really know what it's like to be up there. That would be my dream. That's my first choice, is I would want to go up into space. Roxanne says, I give you all the passwords, of course, because you're cool. That is so incredibly nice. Thank you. And if you had it in like a speakeasy type door, if you wanted, you could have like some sort of bar in there, and I will share with you some really good drink recipes. And then you could like have a drink and and your book if that's something that you're interested in. That would be fun. Robert says, unlimited funds, build a mid century modern 4,000 square foot home for my library, game room, music listening studio, 10-car garage, buy a few politicians, large $2 million condo, and Navarre, Florida. I am not familiar with Navarre. Is it just a place where a lot of millionaires live and it's like super secluded? Is that what's known about it? Do tell, Robert. And he said, and after that, I would fund a small independent film studio to produce one of my favorite short stories. And hashtag one thing. But what would the short story be, Robert? Which one do you want them to make? And Heidi says, I would buy a beach house right on the water. Nice. I like to rent beach houses. I don't know that I'd want to have one because I'm terrified of hurricanes. I have a lot of people that I work with who live down in Florida, and I got to hear about what they dealt with the hurricanes and the damage to their home and everything. And I don't think I could live that way. My mom totally would, though. If my mom could move to Florida tomorrow and like would be able to get insurance, she totally would. A lot of insurance companies have started pulling out in Florida because of all of the bad weather there, that like being able to insure your home is ridiculously expensive. But again, in this scenario, you have unlimited funds, so that doesn't matter. Zach says, if I had unlimited funds, I'd prioritize global food, clean water, education, nuclear power, such as safe thorium reactors, and sustainable materials, especially for electronics. I think that that is a beautiful goal, Zach. And that was one thing, too, that I would love to do if I had unlimited funds is I would help out a lot of animals and like animal shelters because I believe every animal that is a pet deserves to have a good and loving home and plenty of food. I'd also probably build homeless shelters because, especially when we've had really cold weather here and it's been like, -6 outside, I just get terrified of the idea of like people and animals being out in that. So I'm totally with you there. And if all of the billionaires with their vast sums of money dedicated a portion of it, they would all solve world hunger. I'm pretty sure somebody already figured that out that like hunger could have been solved by the income of like one of those people. And that kills me. It really does. It hurts a lot. So, you know what? If all of us people suddenly got infinite funds, we could make the world a better place. Alex says, I did not read anything, but I did finish my dinner. Lovely. That's awesome. Kat says, I read 20 pages of Stolen Tongues. I made it to chapter 19, page 143. Nice. Yeah, Kat, are you still enjoying Stolen Tongues? Is it still scaring the crap out of you? I put it on a wish list since you had been talking about it. I was like, I want to know what this book is. Nicole says 10 pages and dessert. Awesome. And Roxanne says, this would be a public library. Oh, I love that. Oh, yes, you can go in and you could just have all these books to share with everybody. Like, truly, like the Library of Alexandria was. Now I'm with you. That makes perfect sense. See, Roxanne, you're so cool. You're so cool. You want to share in all the wealth with everybody, like all of the knowledgeable wealth, and include a bar in the public library. You could even, if you could keep it running 24 hours, I'm just throwing it out there, you could have a coffee shop that's in one of them, and then you could have the coffee shop close or stay open at the same time, and then have a bar that opens sometime in the evening, and people could just stay there all day. That would be the dream. Kat says, I have 19 places in the world on my list of 100 dreams to visit, some with specific criteria. I would start with those first, then venture to more places. Absolutely. I would love to see more of the world, and I'd like to do it on different forms of transportation, like cruises and trains and planes and boats. Well, I mean, technically a cruise is a boat, but also like personal boats. I really like I've flown quite a lot in my life and I do love flying, but there's just other mediums, I guess you could say, of getting places that I really want to take. Like I think ferries are cool, and I don't know. I think that that's something I would want to do. Give me a jet ski or like a snowmobile going around like up in Canada around places because I know that's how some people get around in their community is like four wheelers and snowmobiles. Roxanne says, are you sure about the space thing? I heard it smells like burnt tires and the star damage to your skin makes you age faster. That is technically true. If you're in space for a longer period of time, the radiation that you can experience is significantly more than you would on the ground. There are ways that people up in like the International Space Station kind of like help get around that. Like they have shielding, and then believe it or not, water actually helps block some of that. I believe, like in the outer walls of the spaceship that they use for like their filtration system. But yes, I would age faster. I wouldn't argue that I have the best skin as it is, so really would it be much different? Probably not. But yeah, the burnt tires, and I've also heard burnt bacon, like burnt meat of some kind is another one, which I think is really interesting. But the thing about those flights is you're up there for a very limited period of time and you don't ever go out in a spacesuit. Like I don't think they let people spacewalk. You have to stay in the confines of the ship and then it, returns to Earth. And so for that, I don't really think there would be a whole lot of danger to me. I say, and then immediately think about the Titanic submarine, that they also didn't think that that'd be a big deal. I guess I would have to look at, have any of those flights failed, like the Space Blue ones? I don't haven't heard of them happening. I'm not going to say that I don't think so. I just haven't heard of that happening. Robert says short story turned into film, The Atlas of Hell by Nathan Ballingrud. Okay, very cool. I have not heard of that, but I should read that since you love it so much. Roxanne said, there's a book about how unprepared Florida is for the flooding coming because of climate change. It's called The Water Will Come by Jeff Goodell. Yes, it absolutely is going to lose a significant amount of land mass as the ice caps continue to melt. And a lot of the properties are already experiencing much higher water levels than they were. But people are still building on the coast. It's not for me, but I would never tell other people that they can't have their dreams. I would just say, if you want to go and you want to have a place in Florida on the water, have someplace else that you can go if things get ugly. I'll put it that way. Have a place you can go inland. Kat says, for example, I want to run the Open Book bookstore in Wingtown, Scotland. Yeah, I've heard of that. I would visit sheep farms and search for hobbit holes in New Zealand. That sounds like a great joy, Kat. I would totally do that with you, because going to Scotland is on my bucket list too. That would be so much fun. What's crazy is I've seen a trend lately where a lot of YouTubers have started scheduling trips, like that their subscribers can go on with them around the world. I never thought that that would be something that I would see, but I've seen a couple YouTubers do that now, go into all sorts of places, and I think that that's really cool. Kat says, and in Queensland, Australia, I'd go to the Australia Zoo. That's just to name a few. I love that. I do enjoy zoos. I prefer the ones that are about conservation, where like they take in animals that couldn't have survived in the wild, or they're helping to bring back the species that are going extinct, like breed them in captivity and then eventually maybe be able to release them. I don't, sometimes I worry that certain zoos are kind of like the circus, like they're just on for show, but they're not actually being taken care of. And so I definitely would hope that like that zoo is really good about that. I imagine that they are, because that's not a place where Steve Irwin's children work, is it? Because I know they're part of like a conservation group, because of course they would be following in their mom and dad's footsteps. Kat says Stolen Tongues is still creepy. Nice. And Roxanne says, Alex, I have to finish my current manuscript. You can't keep giving me ideas for cozy fantasy story about a library bar coffee shop. I will never make any promises, because I always like to put random thoughts into people's heads, Roxanne, but I could try. I'm just like keep a lid on that. Heidi says, Kat, if you still like sheep, watch PBS TV series All the Creatures Great and Small. Oh, that sounds like fun. And I love PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service, or is it system? I think it's service. They're fantastic, and they were the ones who created Reading Rainbow, so I will always have a great love for PBS. Roxanne says, don't forget to pet the Highland Coos. Yes, the Highland Coos. If I saw one, I would name it Sebastian. Kat says, the Australian Zoo is Steve Irwin's family zoo. Thank you. Yes, okay, that was what I was thinking. They are huge into wildlife conservation. That would be the one place then I would go, and I would know that those animals were happy and that they were taken care of. So yes, I would love to go there. That would be fantastic. And Kat says, I have the book, Heidi. I'll check out the show. Very cool. Well, you all, I think I'm probably, usually I do kind of like a sprint, I give a warning, like, oh, this is like second to last one. I think I'm just going to do one more tonight and do it for another 30 minutes. And that means I have to pick one more question. But before I do, Kat says, Alex, you and I would have fun traveling together. Oh, I have absolutely no doubt. We would be laughing our butt off the entire time and eating lots of food, because, Kat, you got to know, if you travel with me, I want to eat my way through everything. That's the way that I live my life. I do that. It's like when I went to the Renaissance fair. I didn't go there, buy any souvenirs. I just ate my way through the fair and I had the best time. Kat says, "Could you imagine us running the bookstore together, Alex?" I absolutely can, and it would be a great joy. Like, we would just have huge smiles on our faces the whole time because I would love to run a bookstore. Really, in truth, if I had infinite funds, there are so many things in my life I would do. Opening up a bookstore is probably one of them as well because I want to be as cool as Ann Patchett, who runs Parnassus Books in Nashville, Tennessee. Funny enough, I talk about her in my video that I just filmed, but I I like look at her and she's an author, not that I would become an author, but she's an author who runs a bookstore and she's done a lot for her community there. And I just think that it's so cool. And I love seeing her. Kat says, I love food and the local food too. Yeah. Alicia says, food is one of the best parts of traveling. I completely agree. And at least for me, I eat it guilt free. I'm going to Oh, I will eat everything shamelessly, and then I'll go home and be miserable later. That's the best way to live my life. So, I will pick one more question for you all. Okay, I'm gonna do this. It's another would you rather. Would you rather have unlimited battery life on all your devices or have free Wi-Fi wherever you go? Do tell me, and I'm gonna get Pomodoro Kitty back up here. And this will be the last sprint, and I will see you all in a little bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Tell me how you did for the final sprint of the evening. I made it to page 295, so I think I'll probably end up stopping tonight after I get off the sprint when I get to page 301, since that's just a nice little capping off of a chapter there. So before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather have unlimited battery life on all your devices or have free Wi Fi wherever you go? And I have not seen any of the answers yet. So let's see. Gotta go find it. All right, so Alicia answered first and she said free Wi-Fi. That was a very quick and simple answer. And Kat also said free Wi-Fi. Mary Lou said, I would rather have unlimited battery life. So many places have free Wi-Fi nowadays. You have a good point. Kat said, Alicia, what movie did you watch? And Alicia said, we watched Suicide Kings. It's a Christopher Walken movie from 97. I like Christopher Walken. I wish I could do an impression of him, but I can't. His voice is so distinct. Alex says, free Wi-Fi everywhere. Heidi says, Alex, if you go to Renaissance fairs, you need to read Black Tongue Thief and Between Two Fires by Christopher Buhlman. He works at those fairs. He has a theater background. Oh, that sounds like a lot of fun. I will have to check that out. Thank you, Heidi. And Alicia says, Heidi, I love him. Between Two Fires was an easy 5-star, and I'm currently reading Black Tongue Thief. Imagine that. That's awesome. I'm going to go ahead and write them down here because I have not heard of either of those. Let's see. Yeah, I got to actually go to my first Ren Fair last year, like a real one where it's like a little village that they build and it stays up all year round. And then the different people rent the shops out. And it's like, it really is like a little community. And it was so much fun and I loved it. And I'm thinking about this coming year, if my friends still want to go to that I'll get a better outfit because like I did go in an outfit last year, but it wasn't one that was meant for the Ren Fair. So I think I'd have to have one made for me, which would be a lot of fun. But that'll depend on my vacation plans because I won't necessarily want to spend money on that when I know that I'm going to be traveling and have to like get plane tickets. So, but excellent recommendations, Heidi. Thank you. And Alicia. Kat says, ooh, a Christopher Walken movie. Even though the movie sounds familiar, Alicia, I'm not sure I've seen it. He says, somebody was reading Black Tongue Thief in my sprints on Wednesday, so that must have been Alicia. Heidi says, Alicia, are you listening to the audio? Buhlman does an Irish brogue and his friend does all the singing. Daughters War, the prequel, is coming out June of 2024. See, I'm not a big audiobook person, but that honestly sounds like a lot of fun to hear in an audiobook that would be unique. And you also said, Alicia, I also loved The Lesser Dead about vampires in Manhattan in 1978. Buhlman does a New York accent for that audiobook, and it is funny like Black Tongue. Awesome. Heidi says, Cat Black Tongue cracked my top 5 books of all time. Oh my gosh. Wow. I will go and when I get off the sprints, I will put that in my wish list so I will not forget it. Zach says, unlimited battery, including a satellite hotspot. There you go. You have your workaround. Robert says, unlimited battery life. I could game with my Switch Lite for 12 hours a shot away from home. JBL charge for listen to Spotify all day long. True. Yeah, I am of the opinion that I would also like unlimited battery life just because there is nothing more frustrating like that time a few weeks ago when I was doing my sprints and my computer died and like so I just disappeared from you all for a while and had to get back on and I was lucky because the sprint was still going. So would like for things like that to not happen. Would like to not ever have to worry about my phone dying when I'm like on the road or, you know, if like my car were to break down. Oh, if I had unlimited battery life, my car battery also would never die. Another thing to think about, anything that has a battery in your life would not go out. Be a good time to buy an EV vehicle after that. And Kat says, Zach, what rating did you give Stolen Tongues? And Roxanne says, I want free Wi Fi because I travel a lot and it would be better than trying to locate the nearest McDonald's embassy. That is very fair and also quite funny. Alicia says, Heidi, I haven't listened to any of the audiobooks yet. I haven't read Lesser Dead yet either. I will have to try out the audio. I plan on reading his entire backlist. Very nice. Emily says, oops, fell asleep for a bit. That's okay. I'm glad you got some rest. She said, unlimited battery life. What good is free Wi Fi if there is nowhere to plug in the device? That's kind of my feeling about it too. Yeah, 100%. Nicole says, free Wi Fi. I'm used to charging, but no free Wi Fi feels unnatural now. See, I feel like because I live in a world and I have a phone plan where there's unlimited data, that having Wi Fi isn't as big of a deal because I don't have a limit. Like, it's not going to slow down on me if I'm out and about. So I would just personally prefer the battery. But if you don't have an unlimited plan and you would be charged like a crap ton of money for that, then I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Alex says, made it to page 139. I'm so bored. Oh, no. Are you thinking about DNFing it, Alex, or are you just going to push through and read it even though you're not enjoying it? Might be more fun to read something else that you know you might like. Zach says, Kat, I'm going with a 4. Go with a 4. Very nice. And Nicole says, LOL, Alex, I swear we're reading the same book. Man, that is such a shame for both of you. I'm sorry. Nicole, are you going to push through and read it too? Or are you going to do like a soft DNF and go pick something else up? Kaz says, I did no reading. I took Tootie out to potty and got the mail out of the mailbox. I've been talking with my son, Barry. Oh, well, hello to Barry. And I hope you both are having a lovely evening. Kat says, Zach, at this point, chapter 19, I'm leaning towards 4 stars. I still have a ways to go. That's still a solid rating. And Mary Lou says, Alex Black reads, what are you reading? And Alex is reading Wuthering Heights, just to let you know, Mary Lou. Alex says, Nicole, are you in the middle of a 10-page letter? Because I'm in the middle of a 10-page letter. And yeah, she said, Mary Lou, Wuthering Heights. And Mary Lou says, oh, yes, I found parts of that very boring. Not one of my favorite classics by any means. Isn't that funny how things become classics and then you look at them sometimes and you go, but why? And Nicole says, LOL, no, I'm in the middle of a 10-page theater visit. They're at intermission. And Nicole says, I share data with my son, and we fear the low data notification happens rarely, but that makes a lot of sense. Christina says, still hanging in. Hey, how's your migraine, Christina? Just watched the Christmas episode with the Santas. Loved it. Awesome. And Alex says, not DNFing, it's just taking forever. I've only read 150 pages this week because I never want to pick it up. Well, I know that sounds like it's taking forever for you, Alex, because you read so much, but 150 pages in a week is not bad. I know it's a lot slower than what you normally read, though, but it's not bad. Don't be hard on yourself. Nicole says, I can't decide if I want to just buckle down and finish or just drag it out over the month. I'm halfway there. I just want it over. Yeah, I mean, I can't make that call for you. I am one of those perpetual completionist people that pushes through books even when I hate them. I have 5 books that I know of that I have DNF'd before, and all of the rest of them I have pushed through. But I am making a concerted effort to DNF more this year if I come across a book that I don't want to finish. I've been lucky that hasn't happened yet, but it's still early. So it might. So if that's something you decide you want to do, I fully support you in that. Robert says, question, would you rather have a good night or a night of goodness? A good night or a night of goodness? I mean, they both kind of sound the same to me. Explain how they are different. Because a good night is describing the night, so the night is good. But the night of goodness means that it's a night of only good things going on. Am I understanding that correctly? Do tell, Robert. Nicole says, my cutoff for DNFing is 10%. I've put too much into this. I'm finishing it this weekend. Oh, okay. Well, that's fair. If you have that rule and it's a rule that works for you, that makes perfect sense. I'm coming back to this night of goodness thing here. I'm trying to think of what I would do. Because I always want to have a good night at the end of a day, but a night of goodness sounds like a night full of only good things. So that sounds great. I'm gonna go with that one. I'm gonna go with it. I'm gonna go with that one. So I'm gonna also wish everybody a good night because I can tell people are starting to wind down and hop off here. So Kat says, thank you very much for sprints, Alex. I'm off to take a shower and read more before bedtime. I hope everyone has a wonderful weekend. You as well, Kat. Thanks so much for coming. Nicole says, night, Kat. Robert, bye to you as well. And Mary Lou says, I DNF more now. There are too many books out there that I want to read. I hate wasting time on bad books. That's a great way to be, Mary Lou. And Christina says, still there too. Laughing does not help as much as it should. Mary Lou says, bye, Kat. Nicole says, same, but I do also want to review this book, so I'll finish. Roxanne, good night to you. You're very welcome. Hope you can make it next time. Thanks for coming. Nicole, good night to you as well. Thank you for coming too. And Alex, same to you. Good night. And yeah, thanks for coming for the sprints. And send me that email. Don't forget. And Alicia says, good night to you. Good night, Emily. Thank you so much for coming. It was wonderful to have you. Hope to see you all next time. Christina, thank you so much. And good night, everybody. Take care. Thanks, Heidi. Good night.